right, let's get started. All right, how's everybody doing? I've got a lot of stuff that I'm kind of going through and trying to sort out real quick. Um, how's everybody doing? Boots with the fur. See, lots of little pieces here. I'm trying to figure out real quick. We've got the mask. We've got there are gonna be some. I want to work on this guy, but I gotta work through a bunch of proportions and other issues. In fact, one of the things that I want to do is lower his arms down to an A pose instead of a T pose. And maybe we'll work on doing some fur. I don't know. We'll see. How's everybody doing? I'm going to take this. Let's go ahead and say fill material. Let's get everything filled in with that gray mat cap there. 2022 reading challenge. Yeah, this guy is old. This guy is old. But I bring him up because I have an art challenge that is going to start. And let me actually send this to myself so that I can bring it up and show you guys. I've shared this on my Discord, which, you know, if you're privy to that, and maybe I'll open up Discord and just do that. Let me see. Oh, it wants me to log in. Hold on. It wants me to log in. There's this really cool function actually to be able to log in that don't know if you guys are aware, don't know if you guys use Discord or not. I've just got to come over here somewhere and figure out from the app. Let's see, scan QR code. Trying to log in on the computer. Yes, log me in. You're in. There we go. I don't know which, okay, cool. Update password? Sure. Don't know if that's what I need or not, but yeah. Oh, hey, Francois. Okay, so let's get down. I think it's down in here in the random, if I can find where we're at. Work in progress. There we go. Let's open the original so we can just have it. Let's say save image as. Downloads, sure. Why not? Okay. Here is SMAARTIST 34. Dang. The light coming from the window is always just way too much. It's always right in my eye. Or going across my face or something. So it's always kind of whatever. Okay, so here we go. Masked. That's the theme. Okay, so usually for every year, I try to have a challenge that ends on my birthday. This year, I was really busy with the ArtStation challenge. And I wanted to be able to focus on that, so I decided to defer this to this month. With Lightbox happening right around the corner, with everything kind of going on this month, getting ready for the ZBrush Summit, things like that, I wanted to be able to do this challenge, this draw this in your style, this art challenge, and it's actually sponsored by 3D Connection. So this is a space mouse. Okay, I don't know if you guys have heard of this, but it is super, super cool. Let me see if I can maybe hook it in at some point. And I don't have the drivers installed, so I won't be able to use it. I use it on my work computer, and it's a really fun, interesting way to be able to navigate, much more fluid, and it does take a little bit of getting used to, but it's one of those things that is, it's just really kind of interesting. It feels much more like you're taking something and turning it rather than having to actually like alt navigate, you know. So this is the theme for this challenge. I am definitely needing to repose this guy though. So let's start off. Let's get started on this guy. Let's start take him into Transpose Master. A few things that I'm noticing right off the bat after opening this, after however long it's been since I've opened it last. It's been forever. The big thing that I'm noticing, oh look at that, I brought in like this super high res version of the mask. The thing that I am noticing the most is that proportions are kind of weird. The mask, the head feels like it's really big, the neck feels short and thin. The arms feel thin. I want him to feel more like a warrior, so we're going to do a lot of adjusting. We're going to hide this for now because we don't need that quite yet. We're going to turn on symmetry, and let's go. This is going to be kind of like a rough posing, so it's not something that I'm super worried about it being absolutely perfect. You know what, let's go ahead and kind of take that like that, something. Okay, so bring this. Okay, so we can see like very obviously, very quickly that his body form, he looks skinny. I want him to feel more like he's a capable warrior. This is supposed to be a Mon, as if he was like Old West sort of style. If you guys remember, Legend of Korra, Avatar, that's who this guy is intended to be. So we're going to go through and we're going to do kind of an overhaul on him today, kind of fix some anatomy issues that we have from forever ago. And I don't claim to be like the ultimate what's it called, authority on proper anatomy, but I know some stuff, and I've learned some stuff especially since this point, so and this needs to kind of come up, this needs to kind of come down, and then kind of pull on this, we'll kind of pull on this. Real quick, just to kind of adjust this a little bit more into a more natural sort of position, I'm going to kind of rotate it forward a little bit too. Not great for rigging, but it's great for my sanity. You know what? my hope is that we can keep that center line in the center, because otherwise it's not the center line. Okay, so let's go ahead and take these, kind of pull them back a little bit, but still, I don't know that I like the rotation there. Let's do something like that. Okay, this chest is caving in. Let's go ahead and pull that out some. By the way, I've got this, and I've got another project that I was thinking about doing on streams this month. The reason I like to do this sort of thing, where it's like I like, whenever I issue a challenge, I like to go along with it as well, so that it's not like making other people do work. You know, I'm doing something myself. You know. Let's go ahead, bring everything back for a moment. Got that super crooked nose, which we might keep, we might not keep. Let's go ahead and bring everything back. Let's make sure that we're getting all these pieces so that we're not totally making adjustments and losing bits. You know, now that I'm looking at this all together, the arms need to be bigger, and that's for sure. Not entirely sure where to put this throw. Okay, I'm going to grab this arm, invert that. Let's mask. There we go. Okay, local symmetry. Now, if I have the center line unmasked at all, I'm going to get into big trouble, because it's going to create this insanely wiggly center line whenever you use the scale and the, you know, it's just it's a wreck. So definitely we have to make sure that we are on top of all that. Okay, just kind of widen that out. You know, I might need to go through and just nix the shirt at some point and then just make a new one, but you know, we'll make do with what we've got for right now. He's definitely looking much more capable now. Yeah, let's take him back over. The head still feels large. We'll fix that here in a minute. Maybe. Oh, looks like something might have gotten messed up already. Or is it just like one piece that hasn't moved yet? It might just be a piece that hasn't moved yet, because there are a lot of pieces that have not changed yet. So I think that that's what that is. I'm looking at the nose piece right here and how it's changing the shape of that mouth. I'm just like, I'm pretty sure that's what that is the nose. So it just hasn't like moved up and changed its position, things like that yet. which is okay. You know, we'll let it be. You know. So a lot of what I wanted to think about with this character is how to be able to tie him into the Old West. And so, you know, I haven't done any kind of like Jin from League of Legends. Interesting. I'm actually not familiar with that character. Sure is taking a while to make the changes that I asked it to make. Come on, it's only 10 million polys. Why is it? It does not have a vertex mismatch. Unless it does. In which case, autosave. I'm going to need to change this autosave so that it's not so frequent. Because that's going to drive me nuts. Quick save. Like it's not called autosave here. What's it called? Maximum duration. I'm going to change that up to 60 minutes so that it's a little bit better. A little bit less frequent. Yeah, look at that. It didn't move anything. It's like, what do I pay you for? Something more or less like that. That's feeling a little bit better. Okay, like he's got some more girth to him. I do want to play with this this shawl. Currently, there's like just a ton of material in the front and not very much in the back. So I think what I need to do is I do want it to be uneven. I want it to be one side more than the other. I want it to mismatch because I feel like that allows me to create this dynamic, the sense of dynamicism. What's the word? This feeling of being more dynamic. But I feel like there's also like this lack of structure to the shape. So now I need to go through and just I'm kind of trying to create like specific flow and create like a more engineered shape. It's gonna go through and I'll keep it kind of rounded, but I'll keep it with like a little bit of a point here in the middle. By the way, those of you who do not know me or who are new to the stream, I am Steven Anderson. I am a 3D character modeler at Marvel Studios. Love what I do. If you can't tell. I do it even on my off days. Yeah, I just like to have fun. And I feel like it's important to have fun. It's important to do what you love doing. It's important to have breaks too, but you find ways to have breaks. You find ways to give yourself rest. Okay, let's give this a little bit of Give it like a gentle shelf there, hanging off of his rear end. Went to a movie night last night. It was a lot of fun. Just a movie in the park. It was really, yeah, it was just nice. It was nice. It was, modified topology, delete hidden. It was in Kanto. Watched it with the kids and my wife. And, it was just a really nice time. I do feel like this might be a little bit smaller than I want. So I'm going to try to kind of expand it some. Because, like, in my mind, I want him to feel covered, but I don't want him to feel... You know what? Maybe let's have this so that the pelt hat doesn't... the pelt head covering doesn't cover his other pelt. And one of the things that I'll have to do as well is get kind of like this overlap of, in fact, maybe let's do that right now. Let's grab that. We'll say geometry, delete hidden. We'll use move topological, and we'll just kind of like start to create some sense of overlap. But I think that was a little bit, let's make it so that it angles out a little bit more. And then from the other side, we'll grab, oops. Oops. Okay, there we go. Just got to make sure I grab the right pieces. Okay, that way we got a little bit of an overlap. And we can do all sorts of things with this. We can make it as organic or as inorganic as we want, but it's, for now, we'll keep that so that it's kind of blocked in like that. This way it feels like there's kind of purpose to the shape. These little bone clippies, just make sure that they're not penetrating through the front of the cloak here. Take this and kind of lower it down. Maybe bring in the inside edge here a little bit. It just feels like it's a little bit too parallel kind of coming down, so I'm just going to thicken this out some. I love how I'm trying to pull on one side and end up modifying the other. Yeah, so this is going to need to be simplified down. And we'll do it at some point. Not entirely sure when. But yeah, this is going to need to be simplified down so that it's smooth. We'll get rid of the fur sculpting because it's really just kind of blocked in details. I'm pretty sure for this detail, what I used was Pablo Munoz's fur brush, like his fur and hair brushes, which are really, really cool. I just didn't take the time to really do something specific or to do something informed with it. So I'm going to kind of smooth that out. We'll still leave kind of some of the messy mass, but it's but yeah, smoothing it out some will definitely help so that we can get a better feel for the forms and the shapes rather than the messy noise detail that's in there. Let's go ahead and kind of smooth that out, smooth that out, smooth that out, smooth that out, smooth that out. Yeah, smooth everything. It's a smooth party. It looks like not all the platforms are working. It looks like Facebook isn't working. Oh, you know what? Is it even showing the right... Let me see. Yeah, I think it's let's update titles because it's got Sakaki on there. No spare time. With SMAARTIST. Okay. That should update those titles. So maybe now maybe now people will be like, "Oh, okay, I see who's there." Yeah. Anyways, this is what we're working on today. We're just going to try to make it better. More better. Make it more better. Hold on. I still have a lingering cough from COVID. I don't recommend COVID at all, guys. Don't get it. As if you needed to be told. It's so messed up. Here's what we could do. For, in the interest of not wasting time. As I continue to smooth manually, I want to try to smooth as much as I can. I want to run a ZRemesh on this just to be able to get something that's a little bit more manageable. So let's try it on for size. I'm just going to use the default settings. Use the default ZRemesh. Hello. How are you doing? Currently working on a masked character for this month's challenge. I guess it's this year's challenge too, Okay, that looks really bad, and I'll have to worry about like modeling something at some point. To be able to get like a real nice edge flow for the head. In fact, I might be able to even start with the character's head and mold that out. Do you have a Twitch account? I do have a Twitch account. Anytime, so you can see down here, just below my, below everything, below my name. That's my handle on pretty much everything. So, yeah, I mean this project right here is really, really young. There's a long way for it to go. Trying to figure out real quick. Yeah, anytime you guys have questions, you don't need to ask if you can ask a question. You can just ask a question. See, I'm going to get rid of a few pieces that are kind of extra that I don't need. Now let's see what this one looks like. Yeah, it's definitely a very different sort of look for it. Let's get rid of that one. Oh, and the hair. I need to keep this because that's part of my character. Okay, I think I want to change his material. He's a little bit dark. It's kind of hard to see. So let's go ahead, Z plugin, subtool master, fill with material. Let's get that going. This should hopefully make it a lot easier just to see what we're dealing with. That's better. Yeah, like I said, Mystery Refinery. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, there we go. Trying to make damaged armor, but after it was buffed out, so I thought I'd make a scar on the armor and then use trim dynamic to simulate someone buffing out the scar. Do you think there's a better way to do that effect? So are you saying that like you have so like say for instance we had like some I guess it'd be the other way around. It would have been like you know, like somebody impacted, you know, say like we have like some impact thing on our armor, and then what you're saying is essentially you took trim dynamic and you kind of ooh, that's a little bit aggressive there. Here, let's go ahead and kind of pull that out. I mean, I think that this sort of technique works well because it's going to help to create a sense of like somebody was trying to fix something. But one of the hard things is that it's also going to feel messy. It's going to feel messy and uncontrolled. There may be... no, it feels like that really kind of works. But like when you say scar, are you saying like a gauge, like a gouge, like somebody went through and like there's an actual like break in the armor, like there's a hole? Because if it's just like a little like because I mean something like this could technically kind of work. Because like if you have like an actual hole in the armor, then I mean you're going to see the hole, and a little bit of sandpaper isn't really going to, you know, sandpaper and buffing isn't going to really get rid of that. No hole, just a gouge. Oh, no, well, a gouge is a hole. So you're talking about like like an indentation, not a hole, but an indentation of some sort of like slash, but it didn't actually break the surface of the armor. So yeah, I mean you could go through and you could use like, you know, some trim dynamic to kind of pull it through. And you know, granted, well, good on you for having 3 languages. Yeah, I like to joke around that it's my second language. No, English is hard. Um, but yeah, it's yeah. So I think in my mind, um, if you have reference for kind of like what that's supposed to look like, I think that using things kind of like that could work, because I mean this makes this feel like it's some sort of dented and damaged metal. It's kind of a tricky. In fact, here, let me see if I can change to Z metal. Okay, it kind of has a little bit more of that metal sort of feel to it now. Um, well, and the trim dynamic making a faceted effect for damaged metal, that's realistic. I mean, that's something that you could in real life expect. If you sand it, then you could just go through and you could just take your smooth and bring your intensity down, and you can change that effect to however much you want. But that to me just feels messy rather than battle damage. So it's I don't know. It's one of those things where um, you want to think about what kind of effect you're going for. Armor is going to be what's it called? It's going to be like handmade and hammered. Um, and so there's going to be imperfections to the surface. There's going to be oh, that's gross. I don't want that to be all metally. Um, you know what? Let's see. Let's get this filled in. Let's go to material. But yeah, that's the main thing in my mind. Um, is just kind of thinking about what the effect is. If it's going to be armor, um, thanks Beasterox Studio. Um, Yeah, but jewelry is going to be a little bit different than armor, because armor's such a big piece, and jewelry has so much more refinery to it, um, and then like you got to think too that like the difference between a hammer mark on um on a small piece of jewelry versus a piece of armor. Um, the scale relation is going to feel different. So those are some things to kind of think about. Yeah, and then the metal type is going to be different too. Like gold versus aluminum, versus iron versus whatever stuff you use for whatever part you're making. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot to kind of go through and balance and think out. Um, what's this one? I see. I see. Did I want? Nope, I don't want that. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and hit delete. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to get rid of pieces. Yeah, I love ZBrush too. ZBrush is so good. Yeah, there's a lot of that sort of stuff, and and yeah, I mean, I just finished a couple of characters that had different types of armor, uh, so yeah, I'm kind of cued into those sorts of things currently. Um, Prashan, is that you, dude? Oh man, that's gonna be terrible. You're absolutely right. Aluminum is not a good choice for armor. However, it is the choice for armor for Hollywood. Um, so so that's do you have armor tutorials? No, I do not. I do have hard surface tutorials, which wouldn't be directly relatable, but it's still, still somewhat helpful. Um, it would be a matter of, oh, hold on, let me see. Let me open up some ArtStation business. So over here, in my, this is my profile. You can find me really anywhere underneath that username, underneath that handle, SMAARTIST, SMAARTIST. It's a combination of my initials and the word artist. So it's really fun. Let me see, store, and then I've got like my hard surface stuff in here. So, if you want to be able to check that out, there's that. This goes through a process of being able to make the Hogbot, which I have pictured here. And I use several different techniques to be able to create hard surface pieces. Everything from sculpting things out, slicing, and then using ZRemesher to make clean topology. I use the topology brush and Z modeler. I use I make insert mesh brushes. I'm pretty sure I included an insert mesh brush with this to be able to make the bolts that I made for this video. So, yeah, feel free to jump on that, check it out. I've got other resources and things on here as well. So, yeah, it's fun. It's good stuff. Simple, fun. Enjoy. That's me. Yeah. Oh shoot. I didn't even consider the feet behind the hands. That's funny. Okay, let's go ahead and I'm trying to square out the fingers, maybe elongate the fingertips. I want to make sure that everything that I have on this character feels more intentional and controlled. Currently, it doesn't feel that way. Like, it doesn't feel like there's purpose to any bits of the design. It feels like it's just kind of pulled together, thrown together. There's not enough of a consideration for the anatomy and other things like that. So I'm trying to go through and think about those things and start to create a little bit more of more of a sense of, not realism, because I don't want it to feel realistic, but certainly naturalistic. Okay, let's see. This is going to have to rotate into place a little bit better. I killed a bug. Do I do sculpting full time? I do. I sculpt. I'm a character modeler for Marvel. So yeah, I do this all day, every day, and I do all sorts of things. I do. It's all characters. It's all character and character related. What I do is, I work from the base mesh that we established at the beginning of the show. This is starting to feel much better. See how that finger feels compared to here. Let me go ahead and turn that off so that we don't have such a dark thing to look at. It's a little bit harder to see contrast, but you can see how that feels so much more natural. Hola España, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo te ha ido? um, oh gosh. How to control the size of the model. Help me. So, you're in the same boat as everybody. Scale inside of ZBrush is tricky, and it's not very, yeah, it's not very easy to work with. So, sorry, excuse me. So the big thing to keep in mind for scale, yeah, the round fingernail looks like an iron. Yeah, it's called clubbed fingers. So that's a big reason why I'm coming in and trying to fix these things and trying to make it so that I've got like a new, more naturalistic sort of shape. Um, yeah, that's a big part of what my job includes is making sure that things are feeling more natural and it's fun. I really like my job. Let's go ahead and take these corners out. Yeah, there'll be a lot of kind of back and forth on this, but it'll turn out. So yeah, we'll do that to the other fingers here in a minute. Um, but yeah, so to be able to check your scale, to be able to work on your scale, we have Scale Master in here, and you want to pick whatever units you're working in. You know, for me, I love centimeters, and if I wanted this guy to be around, around 6 foot or so, I'd want him to be like 184 centimeters, somewhere around there. Oh shoot. Z plugin over here. So I'm going to say sliders to subtool size, and you can see. Let me see. Yeah, cool. So right now you can see like my value is like super super small, um, which that's not great. I want him to not be super super small. 5 centimeters tall. That's like 2 inches. That's nothing. That's so small. So we're gonna take this. We could change this up to like 184. For right now, I'm not gonna worry about it, because it's working for me, and I'll worry about making sure that I have the right scale when I transition it to um, Maya or any other software. That's how I tend to work at Marvel as well, where I'll go through and I will um, kind of just worry about final scale when it's time to get things ready for handoff. Because I'll go through and I'll worry about things like the model. I'll worry about the model. I'll worry about the UVs. And then somebody else goes through and worries about the surfacing, the textures. I'll do a lot of poly paint inside of ZBrush to get like rough color started, so that they know, people know kind of where, or at least they have like a base to start from. But they'll know more or less what it is that we need um, out of the textures. It's so nasty getting like the clubbing. It's such an unfortunate reality for I know some people have to live with it. It's like it's a hard thing to my understanding is that it's not permanent, and that it's not and that it's reversible, it's fixable. And I think, like Mr. Refinery was talking about, that I think it's supposed to be some sort of iron deficiency thing. But yeah, oh my goodness, it's such a strange phenomenon, and I can't help but wonder if it hurts. I assume it does, right? Because any kind of swelling like that, whew, that's just too much. Okay, get the thumb too, because that thumb feels, ugh. Let's kind of scale that up just a little bit. There's going to be a lot of form fixing in here, but we'll get to that here in a second. get that shape to be better so we don't have the so we don't have our clubbing on our thumbnail. Now, the shape that I'm going for is kind of partway between naturalistic, like what you'd see on somebody's actual hand, and graphic, something that's more designed, more shape-based. So I'm trying to get kind of like that gumdrop sort of shape. And if you look at your own thumbnail, you'll see that oh, great. It's like every week. Block that user on YouTube. I feel like I block them every time. How did you get your job? Did you have a reel on ArtStation? I did have my stuff on ArtStation. And then so when I got my job at Marvel, I was working for Netflix. And a friend at Marvel reached out and said, "Hey, I need you on my team." And I was like, oh, "Okay then." So that's kind of how that started out. Was because of friends, and that's I like the base mesh that I've been using at work so much better, because it's like just the topology is. I like it. It's just a little bit nicer. Not that my topology is bad. It's just that the topology that we have at work is intended for more naturalistic sort of edge flow for the anatomy, for the hands, for everything. It's so nice. I want to go through and develop a new base mesh for myself that I can use on my personal projects, and I'll probably learn some things, or use some of the things that I learned from the base mesh from work. So that way I can kind of get the best of both worlds, It's a little bit soft of a smoothing effect. It's driving me a bit nuts. Okay, so with this thumb, oh shoot, come on. So, like, lately I feel like I haven't been quite getting the what's it called? The pivot where you click effect quite as much, which is sad because I rely on it really, really heavily. Oh well, like right there. Like right there. Okay, I want to get a little bit more of a statement here. So I think what I'm going to do is let's grab this and this. Let's do this. There we go. Give this a little bit more prominent of a peak here on top. So that way we get a little bit more of like this design statement of like this swoop down to the hand and then a swoop in the thumb. So that'll be real fun. I find hands very interesting to sculpt and see why other people and see how other people handle it. Yeah, for sure. Making a towering female knight, kind of like the dancer of Boreal from Dark Souls. She's fully armored. I actually don't know who that is. The Dancer Boreal Valley. Let's check this out. That's pretty interesting. Super long. She like that in the game too? I would assume so with everything else. I mean, she, it looks like she's always depicted like that in all this fan art. Wow. Yeah, that's kind of a crazy character. Somebody went through and edited the painting to make sure that it was its own thing. It's like, good grief. That's kind of crazy though. Crazy proportions. By the way, for anybody interested, I've announced this on my hey Katri, how you doing? Yeah, it's absolutely insane. I want her to have like a mural on the armor of 5 women priestesses shouting a saint. Interesting. Oh, surrounding a saint. How does one do that? Simply sculpt or maybe turn a picture into that. So you have a couple different things that you could do. And I'll refer you to this. Let me see if I can think real quick. YouTube. Jump over into YouTube and then we'll... Oh, cool, a new Overwatch short. Oh, I'm going to have to watch that at some point. By the way, guys, like, I love these Overwatch animated shorts. They are amazing. Will I be participating in the ZBrush Sculpt Off this year? Has it been announced yet? I haven't heard of anything yet, which is kind of funny. Let me see. Oh, what was I going to do? I was looking up. Oh, bas relief. So, bas relief is something that you can very easily create. And then, Michael Pavlovich is easily like one of the best people to kind of reference for anything. My goodness. Yeah, let's just kind of click into this. Dismiss. More. Okay, so you can see like down here, he's got like all these different time markers that you can click on. I'm going to share this. I'm going to share this with you so that you can get to it. But yeah, this is the kind of technique that I would use to be able to create those things. Yeah, let me go ahead and let's get to. Let me turn off my sound because I don't need my computer making sounds at me. Alpha bas relief. And I'll turn on. I mean, Michael Pavlovich is insanely fast, but I'm going to turn this up to double speed just to be able to kind of get through it really quickly. But yeah, this is essentially this sort of thing where it's like you take a 3D model and you turn it into an alpha with depth, and I don't think I'll ever pronounce bas relief correctly. I've always wondered if it's the right way to pronounce it, but I'll I trust Gabry, Paul Gabry's the man. So yeah, he goes through and talks about all sorts of different things in this, and he'll probably talk about other things such as like the being able to create new ones or be able, let me see, layer and morph adjustments. That's going to be a good theme to go over. Apply bas relief from Z depth. B texture color capture. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, lots of stuff. I mean, he's insanely well versed with ZBrush. Like so much more than I think anybody else I've ever met. He's a good dude. But yeah, so yeah, this is really nice. So you can literally create those depth sculptures for coins, for armor, for other things using a 3D model. So if you can model it and then you capture it with the alpha up over here. I'm pretty sure it's underneath brush, create. Nope, bas relief. There it is. So you can come over here and you can say make bas relief, and it'll go through and it'll capture your document and capture your model and create a bas relief alpha from that. So yeah, really cool. It's a really nice, handy thing. It's not something that it's not really something that I've used actually. Because I mean, it's something that I feel like I would like to use at some point, but it's not something that I feel like I've had a need for quite yet. Um, Let me see. So yeah, there are always going to be those sorts of tools where it's like, it's there, you know how to use it, but you just don't need it. It's like trying to use like a screwdriver when you're trying to hammer something in. I don't know. You know what? I'm going to take the skin color RGB. We'll grab color spray. We'll take that color down to 0.05. Change our alpha up to alpha 8. Oh, turn off the Z add. That was nasty. That was so bad. Okay. I don't really need the legs, but we'll paint up his upper body. Keep his legs in black so that it feels like he's wearing something. Oh, is anybody going to Lightbox? Is anybody excited for the ZBrush Summit? Got to go through and work on his shoulders some here. He has like no lats, or lats? No, traps. Trapezius muscles here. Like, shoot. I'm getting like way too much sun like right in my eyes, and it's like reflecting off of. Oh my goodness, I can't win. Set that there. That'll be helpful. Hold on, I gotta cough again. Give me a second. Prashan, you're coming to Lightbox? Dude. Yeah. And then like Nightbot was saying, Nightbot's the automated messenger from it's the messaging bot from Pixelogic. ZBrush Summit will be virtual again this year. It'll be I've heard of a couple of things that will be happening, and no spoilers. I won't tell you anything. Don't worry. But I think you guys will like it. I think you'll enjoy it. It'll definitely be a nice, fun, educating, inspiring event. So definitely be ready for it. I know that for myself, I'll have to certainly be working while the event is going on, but something inspiring while you're working. It's nice. That jaw is 2 square. And I'm trying to decide like how much of this I want to, how much I want to keep and how much I want to change. The ear feels like it doesn't have quite, doesn't feel quite right. Like it feels too childish. It feels too cartoony. So I want to give it a little bit more anatomy. Maybe kind of vary up this shape so it doesn't feel so perfectly round. Let's go ahead and kind of pull that back. And I still need to make sure that like the ear has that nice kind of gentle swoop in here. So I'm going to need to clean this up just a little bit, but it's not bad. Make sure that this is kind of like, I don't want the outside edge of the ear to be the same as the inside edge of the ear. This kind of variation will help to create a more dynamic design. So that's kind of what I'm looking at there. Let's check this out. Let's see, that's looking pretty good. Although I wonder, I'm not liking this. I want to, let's take this this edge and kind of raise it up some. You all right? I'm not sure quite what's going on here, but let's see. Let's go ahead and raise this up. And then I feel like there's too much nose. I like it's fun, but I feel like it's just too much. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this back. It's already making it a little bit nicer. I'm going to bring up the back end of the skull here. I feel like the neck's too thin this way now, so let's kind of give it a little bit more. Again, for those who didn't hear at the beginning, this character is intended for my personal art challenge for this month. For SMAARTIST 34, this is my annual art challenge. It's a little bit later than usual. Usually I have it running through the month of September as like a leading up to my birthday sort of thing. This year I have it as kind of leading up to Halloween because I was busy during the month of September and couldn't participate myself, couldn't finish designing or creating my challenge materials in time for the beginning of September. So I was just like, I'm just gonna wait and figure it out when I can. So I did, and here we are. Just gonna smooth that out some. This is feeling a little bit off, so I'm just gonna I'm just trying to tweak this and get kind of an interesting anatomy flow, trying to get like muscle insertion points and everything kind of worked out, trying to think about strengthening forms. This topology is really simple and it's old, but it's it's what I've got, so I think I'm gonna kind of keep it for now. There may be an opportunity for me to go through and strengthen the topology at some point, but I don't know that I want to do that for this project. see. Let me go ahead and kind of bring these hips in a little bit. Let's give these get these lats a little bit more girth. Just have some fun with it, right? The shape of the head reminds me of the engineer race from Prometheus. I haven't seen Prometheus. I need to. Favorite fictional character, design-wise. Oh my goodness. There are a lot of characters that I super love. I loved Amon from Avatar: Legend of Korra. Super cool. But and like in this, that's who this character is based off of. Based off of Amon from Legend of Korra. As if he were like part of an old western, you know. So I tried to use elements of the old west, native, some Native American elements. And I got to go through and kind of do some design research at some point to be able to figure out, exactly what patterns to use. Maybe I'll strengthen some designs of some different pieces here, especially for like this headdress, this coyote pelt. Kind of want to see like what I can do about that at some point. Hair, let's see if like. I guess what a good hairstyle would look like. The beads, the beading could be a nice thing to kind of look into. But yeah, that's some of the stuff that I'm needing to look into and just haven't yet. I'll need to make a new shirt too at some point because this is already not fitting. Let's go through and we can just kind of pull this up for now. But yeah, essentially, like, I really kind of want to play to this idea. Amon, the character, was very much this rogue. I mean, he was a rogue waterbender, is what he was. And so, what I want to do is really play to the rogue side of it. That maybe he was a shaman and he went rogue. I don't know how else to put it. He just went off the rails. Instead of helping people with the power that he had, he went and tried to design his own world order, and that was a crazy. I love this guy. Some of the other characters that I really like. Give me just a second. Some of the other character designs that I really like. Have you guys seen the movie Sea Beast? I loved some of the secondary characters in that film, like the witch that the captain goes to visit. That she was awesome. She is such a cool design. But she was a secondary character, and it drove me nuts that she'd be so cool and she'd have so little screen time. It's like Darth Maul. Darth Maul is one of my absolute favorite villains of all time. He's so intimidating and threatening, and there's just everything good about him. Very well designed, and you feel all of his all of his power. He's so capable and everything, and you know he gets, you know, for the film purposes, he gets killed off. Um, I mean, he gets brought back in the shows and everything, and that's cool. But yeah, that was always kind of an interesting thing to me. You know, some of the coolest characters. The captain from Sea Beast is, he's more of a principal character. He's really cool looking. But the two main characters, the little girl and the blonde dude, I can't remember his name, but he's the other. He's like the first mate on the ship. I mean, they're well designed. They're just boring compared to the other characters. Even first mate Smith, is Smith her name? I can't remember. The black lady, the peg leg, the cool curly hair and the really nice hat and everything. She and the big green coat. She's really cool looking. Sharp, not Smith. Sharp. Um, she was super cool looking. But again, kind of a principal character, but secondary. The king and queen, really cool looking characters, not seen very often. And you know, they weren't main characters. That's fine, but I just wish that the main characters could have had the level of appeal of the other. It looks like an actor that you can't think of. Maybe you'll think of it later. um, but yeah, I wish that the main characters had the level of appeal of the secondary characters in that film. Um, because I've got so many things that I could talk about with that film. I might stop. I might stop. I have good friends that worked on it and they did a good job, and I'll just leave it at that. Will I leave it at that? Yeah, yeah, we'll leave it at that. Now just trying to make the shirt match the body a bit better. Let me see. I'm trying to think of other. I loved Ratatouille. Anton Ego was awesome. Um, I love Kung Fu Panda. I love a lot of the designs in that one. Um, have I ever tried sculpting realistic or anime style characters? Realistic isn't really in my wheelhouse, but I have done. In fact, I don't know if he's in here or not, so I might not be able to find him. Yeah, right here. So yeah, I have done anime once, many years ago. Um, this is a toy that I did for Banpresto. Um, I've never seen. Yeah, I did the design for the pose and everything too. But yeah, so that's how he turned out. He was really fun. He was a great fun project. Definitely different from my typical projects, but you know, it is what it is. Come back over in here. But yeah, anime is not really my. Uh, it's not really my genre. Um, I feel like there are definitely a lot of people that do it better, like Daisuke. He's one of the one of the Pixelogic streamers. In fact, I think he works, well, for Maxon, I guess now. He works for Maxon. Maxon? Max off. And he's really good. He does a lot of really cool anime stuff. If you're familiar with him at all. Realistic, I haven't had to do a ton. And I tend not to really like it much anyway. So it's really kind of just a matter of preference. I tend more toward stylized work. I feel like it's more fun. Daisuke. I'll look him up. Let's see if we can find him here. And I might be totally butchering his name too. I just know that that's how I've heard it pronounced. So it's community ZBrush live. We're about to see a very rather dashing face here on the screen. Oh wait, I'm already there. Presenters. See if we can get to presenters before the stream actually pops up. There we go. Oh, hey, look, there's me. Okay. I think it's spelled like Daisuke. Yeah, there we go. This guy right here. So yeah, he does a lot of anime sort of stuff. And you can see he has like this range of like super cool characters that he gets into. So if you're into anime, he's a good, especially if you speak Japanese, because I'm pretty sure he does all of his streams in Japanese. But he also speaks English. So let me see. Let me add this to the chat. So in case you wanted to be able to go and check him out. Sorry, I had like spam over on YouTube. I don't know why it keeps popping up. I keep blocking them. Like, what more do you want? Just go away. I don't want you here. It's like, why do we get spam? Like, spam feels like such a waste of somebody else's time. Like, why do they feel like it's, I don't know. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Yeah, let's go in here. Let's do what we're aimed to do. Let's go ahead and insert. You know what? Let's leave it at that for now, I guess. Maybe. Let's go ahead and, yeah, we'll smooth it out. Let's grab this corner and kind of pull it down. I want to kind of understand more kind of the shape that I want for that. So I'm going to hide everything except for that purple trim. How do you insert edges? That's using the ZModeler. Same thing for making an edge loop disappear. You just hold Alt to be able to make it. So Alt will be your alternative function for anything. So if you're inserting an edge using the ZModeler brush, holding Alt will uninsert it, right? It'll delete it. So that's a really nice one. Yeah, I use ZModeler all the time. It's my main tool for modeling for characters, for anything inside of ZBrush. Make sure symmetry is turned on so we can get this to line up better with the characters back here. Kind of raise up the collar's edge so that we can get it to fill in that gap. To cover the body. Just going to try to get this to cover his body in all these different little areas here. Some things kind of like this this collar here, this edge of the collar. I'm going to have that so that it, what's it called? So that it doesn't quite line up exactly with the anatomy. I'm going to have it so that it's up a little bit higher, just so that it feels more like there's like the tension in the cloth, there's that sort of thing going on. Let's turn off dynamics so we can kind of pull these things up to an appropriate height. Just try to make sure that we're fitting the forms of the body. And at some point too, once we're done kind of making sure that this fits the forms of the body, don't know how soon we'll get to it, but at some point the idea is to go ahead and make sure that the what's it called? What am I trying to get at? That the clothing has design to it. Okay, right now it has form and it's kind of working for the body, but it's not designed yet. And so big thing that we want to be able to do is have, you see, I'm also trying to get kind of like an Asian sort of clothing style influence to what it is that I'm putting in here. So yeah, we'll see kind of how things end up. But yeah, let me see. Talking about realistic stuff, what do you think of Daniel Bell? He does collectibles. That's what I'm really into. Well, I'm into characters in general, but I think I'll focus more on collectibles. Collectibles are awesome. Daniel Bell, I have a hard time remembering exactly who he is, but I do know the name. Let me check him up real quick. There we go. Yeah. Super, super cool. Look at that. I love this. Like the flash right here. I remember this flash. I remember this. I didn't like it. I gotta like it. But it's something that's really cool about this particular sculpt of the Flash. Like, look at the gesture in that hand. He's realistic, but he's, or more realistic. He's like a stylized realism, right? He's got all the hints, all the points of anatomy into him. He's got, very, very naturalistic, realistic sort of anatomy to him. But something that's really cool is how he was able to go through and kind of really put in this force, this energy into the way that this arm is thrusting forward. You can see like this curve down here, and this curve, and then this curve coming from right here at this point up the top end of that hand, or the top end of that arm, and into the hand, and it's kind of like flowing out. So you can see like he's like flowing with this energy. It's so cool. So yeah, really, really neat, really well done. Oh, looks like there's a book fair for the kids today. Look at that, so cool. Same thing, but this is like inverted from what we were looking at. So it's like this curve, and it's got like this, and you can see like just how beautifully that energy just flows out of there. And the same thing, you got this kind of wrapping curve kind of coming around this other arm. Really, really neat. So yeah, super, super neat. I love looking at really, really well done collectibles. I love that Logan right there. That looks super cool. The expressions, his way of being able to put in the expressions, that Iron Fist is super cool. Look at that. Wow. Oh, I got this Pink Panther. Not sorry, Pink Panther. Oh my goodness, why did I think Pink Panther? Black Panther. I was looking. I don't know what I saw that made me think pink. But I saw Black Panther up here that he did for XM Studios, and this is pretty cool. Um, Definitely super different from the Chadwick Boseman Black Panther, but still super cool. And I got this print from Jed Henry recently that was super neat and super inspiring to me, anyway. Um, this one right here. Like, I love this. This is super neat. Really, really neat image. So like I have that hanging up over my computer for work. Get a good Marvel print to inspire me during my work. You know, it's just fun. It's nice. Anyway, sorry, I'm geeking out. I'm geeking out like way too much. So yeah, Daniel Bell, everybody. Daniel Bell. um, yeah, there. It's so bad. Like I feel like lately, especially, and honestly, like ever since COVID, um, I've had kind of lapses of memory, and maybe it's just that I haven't been associating with people as much as, um, yeah, so many muscles. Um, I haven't been associating with people kind of in the same capacities as I had been. So I mean, maybe it's part that. It's kind of hard to know for sure, but but yeah, I feel like I've had a hard time with people's names lately, which is sad because I really enjoy knowing people's names. I feel like it's a very personable thing, and I try really hard to remember people's names because it's important to me. Um, it's something that I learned from my dad. He's always been very good with names, so I've always tried to be good with names. um, I feel like this is getting to be a little bit too bulbous in here. Just trying to go through and look at this anatomy and try to figure out how I can get this to feel better. A lot of it's kind of coming down to the way that this anatomy is, the way this anatomy is. It's gonna take some work, but it'll come out. Let's go ahead and kind of make sure that's all masked out so that I don't accidentally tweak the arm when I don't want to. What is the best way to approach face likeness? So my favorite series, let me show you this. This is a super cool series. If you really want to get super good with in fact, I can't remember the name off the top of my head. There we go. But this, if you want to get really good with likeness, this series right here, this is the series. It's Atom OCG. Part 1. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll link you to this because this is amazing. Hold on, give me a second. I hate running into ads. Oh, come on. Here, I'll send you the link though. This is insanely helpful. Okay, here we go. Turn off closed captioning. I don't need that. So this is amazing. I mean, he's going through and showing his process. It's more higher definition than what it's showing at the moment, but it's in fact, it's kind of driving me nuts that it's on such a low resolution. Let's get higher resolution, please. Yeah, he just goes through his process and setting his camera, and going through lining up and trying to find how to fit those landmarks as best as possible. And it's a long video and series, but you know, once he's done, I mean, he's got his likeness down. I can't remember if he continues on into the second video to tweak the likeness and refine it or whatnot, but he's phenomenal. This is a really good series to watch. And in here, it goes through and talks about being able to use the texturing XYZ displacement stuff to be able to apply displacement to his own characters. So to be able to get things like the pores and wrinkles and things like that. I mean, you can see how good that looks. That's super cool. It's not perfect, but it's amazing, right? It's so good. I'm just getting skipped frames, so hopefully it's not too bad. So yeah, that's one, Atom OCG. I don't know what else he has on his profile, but he's got that full series. Talks about rendering and materials, which is insanely helpful. Because it really helps you to understand what's happening with skin and skin materials. It helps you understand what to do to make cloth feel like cloth. So that's really cool. Really neat series all the way through. Just really neat. And entirely free. These deltoids feel like they're not quite right, so I'm going to play with these. It feels like they're not making the right shape there. And that collarbone is super prominent. Let's bring this back and try to make this a little less prominent. What's today? Today's Saturday, right? Yeah. That feels a little bit too... And maybe it's just a matter of kind of getting the spine to feel... like it's more there. I don't know. It does feel a little bit more fleshy. Let's try. I'm gonna try smoothing it out. Actually, let's just kind of. There we go. That's a little bit better. Just a little bit more subtle, and I think that that's kind of what it needed. The butt feels like it's a little bit too saggy. Let's see. Got an anatomy figure over there on my desk next to my work computer. I hate how that polygroup, like, irrespective of how I may try, it seems to always want to kind of get that little extra bit of the polygroup kind of messed up. Oh, did it keep my fingers? They look a little bit doughy now. So I think I need to go through and refine that again, and then maybe what I'll do is that instead of maybe what I'll do is I'll step up one resolution level and fix it, and then delete whatever is above it, because I don't think I need so many resolution levels at the moment. It's still early in the process. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. Hey, you didn't know you signed up to come to a concert, huh? Yeah. No woman, no cry. The forehead feels a little bit too much. It's like there's always so much to kind of tweak and adjust as you go back and forth. Okay, so let's go up one level, and then we're going to say delete higher, because I don't need anything higher than this right now. In fact, I probably don't even need this. Let's go ahead and take these bits here. We'll kind of fix that. I just want to get a little bit more of a corner here. Not a ton, but a little bit, you know. Let's get a little bit of a thinning out toward the top of the nail. Let's kind of narrow it out here too. So the idea is to get kind of like this cornered sort of feel for the finger, you know, to get kind of like that squared off end, but then also to kind of make it feel so that it's got this roundness to it to complement it. So like these fingernails kind of rounding out and kind of coming back into that square to really complement that feel, complement that design. By the way, can anybody name who sings that song? No woman, no cry. Remembering people's names is one of the hardest skills. That people introduce themselves to me, and at the end of the convo I ask, yeah, I do that all the time. Remind me your name. One of the tricks that my dad taught me, One of the tricks that my dad, come on, it's Bob Marley, man. Yeah, he's a Bob Marley. One of the tricks that my dad taught me is that when you're talking to somebody, he tries to use their name multiple times in the point of the conversation, um, just as a way of being able to make sure that it's cemented in his brain, right? So it's really really cool. It's a simple trick. It doesn't always work, but it's and if worst comes to worst, I think it's definitely better to ask, because I think most people, unless they're total barbaric, um, they're going to feel cared about when if you ask, hey, can you remind me your name again, instead of you trying to butcher it or going behind their back to to figure it out. I think it really shows that that you care about who this person is. And hey, Leonard. Yeah, I'm feeling quite a bit better. Still not 100% for sure, but it's better. It's been quite a journey. I've got a cough that just won't quit, and it's been a pain in the butt. I've started painting the mermaid hair and kind of doing like a sanding pass to make sure it's all um, silky smooth. Um, by the way, let me show you guys this piece that I had Leonard print for me. Let me switch to the webcam view so you can see my mug. Here is so big. Um, this is the hair for my mermaid. In fact, let me grab the head. You can kind of see it there. So yeah, massive, huge. This I'll be finishing this out um this week. I need to go through and build the base for her today. um but yeah, I'll be finishing this out this week, and she'll be on display at Lightbox Expo on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So it's so exciting. I am so excited. Um Anybody who goes needs to come and say hello, I'm really excited to see you guys. I'm really excited to be there, be able to spend that time with you guys. So go to Lightbox. Yeah, go check it out. Oh, I gotta carefully put it down because I definitely don't want to break this. In fact, I had one point where, hold on, give me a second. Give me a second. I had one point where one of the thin pieces kind of snapped, and I was like, "Oh shoot!" So I had to go ahead and mix up some epoxy and cement it back together. But it's fine. It's fine. It worked. I promise, Leonard. I'm being careful with it. Let's go ahead and jump back into this ZBrush Live. Let's see. Let's do something kind of like this. Okay. Yeah, it's like my voice has been kind of froggy. And it's like it's getting better, but it's like everything's getting better. It's just still a pain in the royal arse. It's like so bad. Okay, I'm gonna kind of strengthen up some of these shapes. kind of more of an apex instead of it feeling too rounded. Let's kind of get that point in there a little bit more. It might be too much, actually. Let's kind of smooth it out some. Broke a couple hair strands while I was assembling it and pinned them with brass wire. It's all just part of the process. I mean, are you a maker if you don't break things too? I mean, really. I'm going to need to do a few things. I'm going to need to do some kind of spacing out. Spacing out. What am I? Yeah, to kind of work with the spacing of the edge loops that are running along the length of the fingers. Right now, I'm trying to go through and give a little bit more substance to the fingers. So that's what I'm. Here, let me go ahead and do something like this. Center that. Does anybody have? Oh, I saw. Somebody had a question earlier, and I'm trying to think. I need to go back and backtrack a little bit. Did you use ZModeler while having a subdivision on the mesh? No, I might have used it having dynamic subdivisions turned on. There are a few actions that you can perform using ZModeler on a mesh that has subdivisions. Anything like moving edge loops, or I think you might be able to slide edge loops too. I fix things until I break them. I break things until I fix them, so it's yeah, anyway, kind of the opposite there. Yeah, let me see. Look like handsome Squidward from the side. My goodness. Let me see. My nails got so messed up after making some jewelry stuff. I bet. I don't know what kind of materials, if you use like soldering or if you use like different types of cements and things like that, but yeah, those materials and things, they can be corrosive. But then two, if you're dealing with high heat, that's also going to be something that's going to be hard on your hands. I thought I saw another question somewhere. I guess I missed it. Sorry. ZBrush Summit will be streaming online in November. It's kind of a disappointment to me, because I'm used to the ZBrush Summit being like right around my birthday. In fact, the ZBrush Sculpt Off that I participated in, live in person, was on my birthday a few years ago, and that was awesome. Uh-oh, looks like you're putting up some spamming words and phrases. But yeah, it was one of those things that it's like I always looked forward to it, and now that it's ever since the shift, ever since the acquisition, we haven't had the ZBrush Summit so close to my birthday, and it's been different, but it's fine, I guess. It's just one of those things that, like, there isn't much to celebrate in September, and so it's like, having something that, just right around my time, that's just, it's like it makes everything so much cooler. But whatever. It is what it is. Okay. One of the things that I want to work with is that right now the eyes, you can see like I've got like this crease kind of coming down underneath this eye bag. You have the crease underneath the eyelid. It's a little bit too even. Oh, sorry. I do want the Z add. I do not want the RGB. I want this to kind of fade out as it gets to the outside so that it feels like there's some sort of, more of like a natural transition. Kind of helps to vary things up so that it's not all consistently the same everywhere. I need to do the same thing with this chin, because like it's pretty cool. It's just like it's too much, and it's the same crease going all the way back. So it's like vary it up, bro. Vary it up. Let's get a little bit more of that square shape back. I saw somebody say that he looked like handsome Squidward from the side, which is definitely not intentional. I mean, I really like the idea of like that graphic nose, and maybe kind of like that double crook there too is kind of interesting too. Okay. Oh, that's a little bit strong. Let's bring this down. Okay. And then I also kind of want to strengthen these neck muscles some. Oops, let's grab that. Just kind of strengthen that. Not a ton, but enough to feel like it's there, right? He's looking so much cooler already. I'm gonna turn off that shirt just so that we can still kind of work on it, but yeah, thanks, Maddie. So the eye bags and the chin, those are actually done by controlling the topology. So you can see like with the I mean, I do have creases in there too, um but yeah, these edges, like it's all very driven to be creating landmarks. To me, that's a really important technique because it helps to, well, I mean, even in the industry, like as a whole, it's a really important technique because it allows me to control where landmarks fall. It allows me to control, um, It allows me to control things like um, loops for deformation. Because like if I'm not careful with my loops, it could make it so that the wrong loop is in the crease when So like for instance, if I were to come over here, when I'm trying to define my loops for deformation for a rig, I want to make sure that I understand. Okay, where's the eyelid start? Where does it end? So like I've got this loop right here. That this is my that's the edge of my eyelid. If I look at the inside, I've got this other loop, which is, it's gotten a little bit messy. But I know where that loop is, and I can control that. I need to go through and control that if I'm going to make this anything at all. But then the bottom of the eyelid, I've got the bottom of the eyelid right here. I've got the bottom of the eyelid, this eye bag right here, kind of down at the bottom. And that also defines the top of the top eyelid. And these things allow me to make sure that I have everything in order and properly defined for when I do, for if I were to do rigging and things like that. Just going to give this like a slight. It's like I feel like no, it should be fine. Because like right there, he feels cross-eyed. Right there feels much better. Yeah, there's always kind of like a little bit of a cheat. Well, not always. There's often something of a cheat for eyes in 3D. Yeah, because you don't always have to change the angle of those of the eyeballs themselves, because sometimes, not very often, but sometimes sometimes you get these nice, clean, and ready to go sort of everything's just lining up nicely, right? It doesn't always happen. In fact, I'll say it happens pretty rarely. Do something kind of like that. He's starting to feel much, much better. And then it's funny, if I were to turn on his hair, you can see it's only like part of his head. I'll leave it in here. It's fine. It's not a big deal. But yeah, that's something that's kind of a funny thing to me. Let's kind of smooth that out a little bit so that there was like a dip that was happening in the middle of the head. So I wanted to get rid of that. How do you get such clean geometry for the face? So the topology is, I went ahead and this is geometry that I've defined myself. I went through and I created my geometry, my topology here inside of ZBrush, possibly with the help of Maya. I don't remember for this particular guy. It's been a while since I was working on this guy. But yeah, my main techniques for being able to create clean topology and clean surfaces involves using things like the topology brush and ZModeler. Ooh, you know what? I kind of want to do something here. Let me see if I can. Give a little bit more chin anatomy. But yeah, those sorts of tools have been immensely helpful to me. You know what? I feel like the face is too low down on the head. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab the face, soften it out, soften it back. I'm going to turn on my pizza boxes. Grab all of this. Let's raise this up. I like that. He feels more purposeful. He feels stronger now. That's cool. I'll keep that. And you know, there might be tweaks that I do later on. But yeah, it's important to me that I. Oh, that looks so much better. But yeah, like going through and kind of playing with those sorts of things, it's important. Ah, oh, dang it. Let's try to make sure that this is enveloping his body. Let's go ahead and kind of pull this over so that this better matches. We'll pull this over so it better matches. And remember, this is intended to be kind of something of a mix of cultures here. This is intended to be kind of a mix of, you know, some Asian clothing with some Native American. So there will be some kind of some like the Asian sort of structure, or like just having some fun with it. Trying to figure some things out, design this stuff as I go. How do they keep coming back? I blocked them on YouTube. My goodness. Okay. I'm mostly a move clay build up sculptor right now, and that's totally fine. And that's something that's fun to do. But yeah, definitely getting things done for like production side of things. Having good clean topology and moving the edge loops, controlling where those edge loops go, is going to be super important. And usually when you're a character modeler, you work really closely with the rigging artists, if you're not the rigging artist as well. So like for instance, I work with a rigger named Jason Doss, and you know, there's some back and forth between the two of us to be able to make sure that what it is that I create, that it works and that it fits the standards of what he needs for, you know, for his rigging, you know. And then it's crazy. The dude's a mad genius. So cool. I'm going to take this out of that group. Let's turn that back off. I'm starting to think that maybe I don't quite like this. So maybe what I'll do, I will say Control Shift D, just so I can keep it. turn off symmetry. Go to home. I'm going to grab my mesh here. Oh, turn off local symmetry. Dang it. Go ahead and grab this, pull this up. Now, I don't have anything specifically researched for hair type, or like hairstyle that I want to go for. But MRGB, we'll say color, fill object. But I do have kind of an idea of what it is that I'd like to have. I know that I want to have kind of a, oops, let's, okay, good, symmetry is on. I do know that I want to have some sort of hanging ponytail. I do know that I want to have like some braids, like braid on the side of his face. For right now, we're just going to use this as a means of being able to block out our hair pieces. Let's see, bend curve. Let's change the direction of this. Let's change to give it another, oh, just one, please, just one. Just one. Okay, right, there we go. So we're gonna kind of use this to kind of push this around. Could be interesting. Maybe pull this over here. We can scale this end down. We can grab this. And we can scale this end down. Okay, we'll call that good enough. Say accept. And then let's see if we can get something that feels interesting here. Come on, turn off symmetry. There we go. Kind of want to do something that feels somewhat traditional, with like something of like a middle part. I also want it to feel a little bit more tight to the head, so that'll be something that I'll have to kind of work out. Let's kind of pull this down. Oops. Too much. Okay, good. Let's go ahead and we'll kind of rotate this. In fact, let's go ahead and designate it as its own polygroup. It's funny, it turned the same color as if it was masked. I was like super confused for a second there. I was like, what in the world? Let's go ahead and kind of scale it inward so we get it to be thinner. And then right here, I'm trying to think about ways to make sure that this combines with the rest of the hair. If we can get this working, this will look pretty cool. This will be pretty stinking cool. Just gonna kind of play with getting these to butt up against each other a little bit better. Let's see if we can get this to... I think let's get a little bit more like forward in the hair. And maybe there's a need to kind of and we'll create extra like flyaways and extra strands and things like that at some point, but you know, this will help to... I feel like it's too off center though. I kind of want this to feel a little bit more centered. Let's go ahead and give it one more subdivision level so that we can have more control over where we put what. This is coming out pretty far, so we'll have to push this in. Asked a bunch of beginner questions. Oh, hey, let me see. Things are scrolling, hold on. Yeah, totally ask questions. I mean, you should definitely feel like you can ask questions in these streams. Any of the Pixelogic streams, any of the ZBrush streams, you're more than welcome to ask questions. How do you go from the sculpting part of the face to that real clean topology? I actually started with clean topology. So I started with a mesh that I had modeled out. Although I don't know, maybe with this one I didn't. Maybe with this one I did, because sometimes what I'll do is I'll model out the base mesh. I'll model out the model and have the topology, and then I'll control the topology to make the forms do what I want them to do. The other thing I'll do is I'll sculpt it out, Dynamesh, all sorts of whatever techniques, decimation, Sculptris Pro, all those things. And then what I'll do is I'll what's it called? And then I'll retopologize. I'll use my topology brush and ZModeler and all those other tools, and those things combined allow me to make a nice, clean, production-ready mesh. Which that for me is always one of my big goals with each project, is to have something that's usable. Because that's just how I am professionally. It's what I need to be able to do for my job. But I also like to be able to take things over into Maya and prep materials and do nice renders in Arnold and things like that. So having a good finished model, it's important to me. I can't really put just a random sculpt into my demo reel. Although I do have a couple. But the models that are so much stronger are the ones that I have gone through the full process of developing and finishing. Let me see. Let's grab the hair here. Okay, I didn't remember it being different color. Let's go ahead. Let's change this mRGB color fill object, just so that I'm keeping that consistency. I do kind of like having the lighter hair with the darker eyebrow. It's kind of a neat look. What I want to do, no, I don't want to use any of those. Let's go back to the hair. I'm going to just kind of block in. In fact, maybe what I do is I just use this guy right here. Oh. Geometry, delete lower, okay. Just kind of mold this into place. Yeah, I'll just kind of thin that out some down at the bottom. And then I do want to create some sort of braid. That comes down from right here. I want to test it out and see kind of how well, that's kind of Yentl-ish. Go ahead and kind of pull this. Got to try to decide if that's, it feels like it's one too long and it's too thick, but too long and too thick is something that I can fix by taking my scale, oops, turn on local symmetry, kind of pull that up some. So this is something that I can go through and manipulate and turn into something. Oh shoot, I didn't want to do that. Move brush. There we go. That's feeling pretty cool. I thought about kind of like what Katara had, and like how she had like those hair loopies, but I feel like this feels more masculine. I'm gonna have to try to, I don't know, I'll think about what it is that I want to do with this. I do know for sure that I want to take let's grab this, Control W. Turn off symmetry. Let's go ahead and bring this over here somewhere. Just so we have it blocked in as to, like, it's supposed to have a little dangly bit here. I'm just going to kind of duplicate that off. I'll bring it back to where it's close to where it was, and then I'm just going to hit mirror. Nice and simple. So yeah, not entirely sure like what final hairstyle we'll have, but you know, it's a start. Although I think I might leave it off for now. Red and what the heck? Yeah, it is back. I read an article about getting better. I can't see a username on that. Let's see. Peter Steves? Peter Steves. About getting better at art. Some general goals are such as getting used to color values, mixing colors, color contrast, style, shape, and stuff. But the big thing it said is to give yourself a goal and focus. Yeah, for sure. Red AI. So I'm working most of the day. I'm have like 2 to 3 hours free. I'm looking for an efficient way to practice sculpting and good exercises for a noob. Yeah, speed sculpts from a reference are always good. One of my favorite things, and you're welcome to join in on this one. Uh, I'll invite you. Um, I have this art challenge running this month, and this one is sponsored by 3D Connection. So you can win a space mouse for yourself. There will be space mouse for first prize winner, and then there will be a cat mouse pro for second place, which is really really cool. Um, Mystery fighter, you're funny. Um, but yeah, so these are really cool. So these will be the prizes um, for this art challenge. I usually do this my smartest challenge during September, leading up to my birthday. But you know, September was busy for me, so it's going to end up being October, leading up to Halloween. I figured Masked was a good opportunity for everybody to play with ideas of, something dealing with Halloween or masks or things like that. So feel free to jump in on this and have fun. You can either use my concept as your draw this in your style image base, or you can go ahead and you can create something totally your own, using that theme of masked. Um, Again, sponsored by 3D Connection, and it'll be super cool, super fun. Let me see. So yeah, that's what I'm currently working on. I'm trying to think if there was anything else that I was going to say in connection to that. I'm really liking how this guy is looking now. I like him better without the hair though, so maybe the hair's going to be like, I don't know. I'm going to have to develop hair. And I think a lot of it's going to have to be like a matter of me developing hair that uh, fits more cleanly with his head, because I feel like that's breaking silhouette, and it's kind of ruining the shapes that I'm seeing right there. So I think maybe part of it might be just taking out the braids and then cleaning up the hair so that it creates more of that graphic shape. Because it's not terrible, but I feel like it could be better. Anyway, let me see if I can catch up with. See if I can catch up with chat at all here. Um, Let me see if I can add this here so we can get some. so there's something pretty to look at. Okay. When I draw, I always like to do fan art a lot. Oh yeah, and then so along those lines of draw this in your style, any draw this in your style challenge where you can pick somebody else's concept, um, and do your own version of it, or do exactly what you're seeing, especially if you can do exactly what you're seeing, that's going to be immensely helpful for somebody who's trying to learn sculpting and trying to get into this stuff. Especially if you only have like a couple hours a day, it's not your main job, you have other things you got to do, right? So that's kind of what I would do. Um, Let me see. My goal is to be able to sculpt characters. Watched many tutorials and I read the Anatomy for Sculptors book. It was a very good book. It opened my eyes on many things. Absolutely. And it's going to be a good reference to keep referring back to. Problem is I'm overwhelmed and I don't know how to start exercising. It's just a matter of doing little things or having a project that you go through and you see through to the finish. This project has been kind of interesting because I have abandoned it a time or two, so it's like, I'm coming back to it. Um, After a couple, 2 or 3 years, however long it's been. Um, but I think that those are a couple of things: design challenges and having a project that you see through to finish, even if you're only working for it for a couple of hours at a time. So those are the best ways that I've been able to find, and that I've been able to that for my students, um, that I've seen help people really grow and be able to get better at doing things. Um, there's no magic pill. Just follow tutorials, do your own thing. Yeah, absolutely. There are no shortcuts, and 3 hours a day is, yeah, it's plenty of time. Yeah, so it's definitely, if you have 3 hours a day, that's awesome. I personally, I only get like 3 or 4 hours a week. So, like these streams, this is when I get time to sit down and really dive into personal projects. Um, you'll want to go through and find something similar where you feel like you can, um, where you can develop yourself and develop your talents and things that you're passionate of. Hey Raul, how are you doing? It's also Sculptober. You are correct. There are prompts for a day. You just kind of gather reference and go wild. Yeah, that is a good point. So let me show you what Maddie is talking about there. Sculptober. So yeah, here's the official 2022 list. Let me go ahead and I'll send this to you. Um, so yeah, like Maddie's saying, um, you essentially just go ahead and you pick the prompt. So for instance, today is the 8th, so spy. So you can go through and you can figure out something that has to do with spies, and it doesn't have to be a spy. You could go through. You could do the little spies from the Pink Panther. You could do a little spy pocket watch, or you could do spy glasses or a spy disguise, or do something that's related to it. It doesn't have to be something. It doesn't have to be a full character. It doesn't have to be anything complete. It just has to be something to help you practice techniques and get into the software. Um, for myself, um, I tend I tend to stay away from prompts that have to do with like a literal noun. I like to think of open-ended adjectives. So words that describe nouns. So like my prompt name is masked. It's not mask. I'm doing someone that is like a masked character. The image in the prompt is a mask, but it doesn't have to be that. You could do something that is related to masking tape. You can do something that is related to whatever. You can do all sorts of things, right? It's very open ended. It's just a word to help spur an idea, which will eventually, hopefully, become something completely, totally different for you. Um, oh, pardon me. Yeah, so that's kind of the thought that I have. Pick a feeling, pick a like tired or happy or some lucky. I don't know, different things like that. Oh look, he's got mask for 24, so you can double down. Um, Soft, that's fun. Haunt is fun. Cozy is nice because you can go through. There's so many different things that you could do with cozy. You could do somebody that's like snuggling in a sweater. You can do a fireplace. You can do there are so many ways that you can take that and creep. That's fun. Um, Gate is fun because you can go through and do so many different things with it. It is a noun. It's an object, right? But it's something that you can go through and you can design. You can do something that's like uh, a gate to the underworld, or you can do the gates of heaven, or you can do the gates to a forest glen, or you can do a picket gate. You can do so many different little things. Ethereal, yeah, lots of different little things. So that's kind of what I tend to do is I try to take a prompt that's a simple word, usually an adjective, something that describes a noun, and you can go run wild with it. That's the idea with prompts, that I tend to like the most. Okay, so making it something that really just kind of pops. Um, I love when people talk about these sorts of things. It never fails to motivate me to draw. That's good. As an art teacher, I had said, when starting to learn art, copy the masters. Yeah, master copies are a great way to be able to learn. We had to paint copied masterpieces. It was the best way to learn techniques. Yeah, so being able to learn things like sfumato and yeah, I don't know. I forget all the fancy art history words that I learned. But yeah, like copying masterpieces is a great way to learn. I would encourage, like, in copying masterpieces, like, maybe not copy it verbatim, but look at their style and then do something else using their style. So if I wanted to do um, something Monet, I would pick like my own subject matter. I'd pick like my own what's the word for that? My own landscape, my own still life, my own portrait, whatever it is I wanted to do, and then I would use his impressionistic sort of painting style to try to create something that feels Monet, but that's mine. Hold on. You okay? Okay. My son hit his head on the chair. So yeah, wanted to go down and help him a little bit. Yeah, let me see. Spy versus spy birds. Yeah. How do I run an alpha on the edge of an armor? I know how to make a curve on the edges, frame edge, and fill it with 3D effects, but how do I make an alpha? So something that you can do, and I'm not going to go through, too in depth. I am going to, hold on, give me a second. Okay. So let's see. Let's actually do something different. I'm not going to be using clay buildup, so maybe we'll just use clay buildup. You should be able to. You see this? So you just turn on curve mode and you can do that sort of thing. So what I would do is, like, if I have a pattern that I want to be able to repeat along a mesh, it's not really working. Well, I mean, you could go through. The thing about using a curve is that it's not going to be as nice for it. So what I would do is I would not use curve mode, but instead use lazy step. Turn up your lazy mouse, and then turn up your lazy radius, and then you can just go ahead and you can draw that out. If it's not being as smooth as you'd like, you can always push that up further, and you can go through and you can create nice smooth gestures. Granted, I'm not, my mesh is not super high definition or anything like that, so it doesn't come across as smooth as as it could. Which is fine. But yeah, that's kind of where I would tend to go. The other thing that you could do, and it's funny, I go through and talk about, not wanting to use clay buildup, and here I am using clay buildup. Something like that, just to get a little bit more natural of a transition, here too. Let's kind of sculpt this in just to give it a little bit more natural of an ear. Anyway, trying to think, where was I going with that? Shoot. Oh yeah, I tend to when I want to be able to use an alpha, or be able to do something like that, whatever my alpha is, I tend to use like that lazy brush, instead of a curve. I think that there is a way to be able to make an alpha brush that applies with the curve, but I don't know that it's as efficient as using. Yeah, lazy step is part of lazy mouse. Yeah, I said lazy step, I meant lazy mouse. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of how I would do that. If you have something like, say for instance, we'll use this as an example. Let's just delete lower because we don't really need it to be any lower resolution than this. I'm going to hit, let's go up to stroke, and we'll go down to curve functions. I'm going to turn off polygroups, increased edges, and we'll say frame mesh. Now, one of the things that I can do, I'm going to grab my braid. I want to make sure that under, curve modifiers, I'm going to turn off size. I don't know for sure if this will work, but it should at least go through and frame the mesh. Yeah, it looks like it closed it up just nicely. That's really cool. But yeah, so like if you have something like that, that's always an option. It can be kind of odd. I mean, you can see places like down here where the braid is getting stretched out because of the spacing between the edges. Where over here it's placed much more closely together. A lot of it also comes down to, you can see like it's more stretched out over here than it is over here. Usually it's just that initial edge that you commit to, that it gets to be much tighter than the other places. I'm not sure why there's a difference. That really kind of drives me nuts, actually. But yeah, so you can do something like that if you have an IMM curve brush, which is another thing that I tend to do if I'm looking and if I'm interested in having detail that I can modify without having to worry about being so committed to a final sculpt. Yeah, the braid brush is fun. It's one that I made because I wanted to be able to have a nice clean, show you something nice and big. I really like clean topology. And so like if I wanted to, I could very easily come over here and say smooth split unmasked points. Let's go down to this braid now. So the nice thing about this is that it has a constant edge flow. You can see like it's running down the length of the whole of the hair, so I don't have to worry about losing anything. This is insanely helpful. Let me talk to you why. Okay, so for instance, if I wanted to, I could use ZModeler, and I could say let's insert an edge loop here and maybe here, and then with this I can say let's move by brush radius, edge loop partial, and let's make our brush a little bit bigger. We'll just kind of pull this down and in. So now I've got this little detail modeled into my braid, and if I wanted to, since I still have that detail down here, I can still come in and I can say, I can come in and I can do this, and I've got that same detail down there. I can add in extra edge loops up here if I wanted to, just like all these different little things that are so helpful because I have clean edge loops. You can see that shape is now consistent all throughout the thing. I do have that available on my ArtStation if you're interested. Let's go to my ArtStation. Daniel Bell, we were talking about Daniel Bell earlier. But yeah, I've got all sorts of different brushes and things like that. Hair curls, hair braid. I'll go ahead and I'll copy that link over to you in case you're interested in finding it. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at. So yeah, the reason I went through and made this hairbrush and made any of my hairbrushes is because I wanted to be able to have good clean topology that I could modify, that I could Yeah, let's go through. We can add like some supporting edges in here. We can add in like a crease in here. We could say move brush radius. Kind of pull that down. So now we've got like this extra little bit of detail there. Since we have some up here, we can come up here and we can say, okay, let's add a little bit of a variation there. You know, there's so much, so much that you can do with this. And it's all because of clean topology. So now when I go through and I take this over into, Maya, it's really, really easy for me to, let me make it maybe a lighter color. When I take this over into Maya and do UVs, I can just go ahead and unitize my UVs, stitch together the strands, and make it so that they're all kind of, you know, laid out side by side. And then I can apply all my different hair materials and things like that and have everything work really clean, really, really efficiently. So it's super handy, and I love doing hair in this sort of way because it's just easier. It's so much easier. Let's go ahead and get rid of that now. But yeah, that's kind of the idea. That's why I go through and think through these things and build things out. I want to give him some sort of wrap around his waist. Let me see. Geometry, modify topology, delete hidden, because I know that has a piece. Let's come over here. We'll grab this. Say flatten. Yeah, I do put a lot of thought into these sorts of things because, you know, it's especially when there's something that I want that isn't really available. There are other braid brushes out there, but the way that they join together is not clean, and so I don't end up having like that sort of powerful control over it. Still works, but it doesn't work clean, and that's what I need personally. And I know that, you know, that's why I offer that up as something that people can go through and buy, is so that people can have that sort of power, that sort of clean workflow. It makes the world a happier place. Yeah, let's go ahead and kind of boost that up a little bit. Let's say insert single edge loop. And in fact, let's go ahead. I actually just want the loop. Now that we have that, I'm going to go ahead and add that edge loop back in. Let's bring this. Let's kind of tilt it a little bit so that it matches the hips. Turn on our symmetry, and we'll start making this match. So yeah, it's just a matter of going through, making sure that it's getting the right indentations, that it's fitting the form, that it's minding his anatomy, and then it's also going to need to fit more the style of clothing, the style. I might go through and add some sort of tie to this so that he's got like a, you know, something showing it holding together. And I just want to kind of think about The stream was educational. That's good. That's good. That's the hope. That is the hope and the dream. Trying to keep him with some darker colored clothing, and I want to get a little bit. It's like a mole. Yeah, it keeps digging back. Um, in fact, his torso feels really long to me now. Let's check out his body. It doesn't. I think what it is that this this lower part of the body, like his knees especially, feel like a little bit low. So I'm going to try to raise these up. Give him a little bit more heroic of a, even though he's a bad guy, but you know, give him a little bit more heroic of a feeling. And his feet feel super small too. I might need to check with the boots. I'm gonna have to raise his crotch here. Okay, let's go ahead and take this, raise it up. Okay, so that feels a little bit better. It feels a lot bit better. I'm going to grab the shirt. Let's see if we can just kind of shrink it down some so that it's not going past this little cummerbund belt thing. I wish I had you as my teacher. I guess the closest thing is your tutorials, though I'll wait for Black Friday on. Yeah, that's fair. Got to bolt, as always. Thanks for spending the time. Thanks for showing the mermaid. Catch up with you later. Have a good weekend. You too, Leonard. You too, Leonard. Yeah, it's always neat to me to have people come and want to spend time with me on the stream, because I feel like it's, yeah, this is extra time. This is something where, you know, you guys got to, you know, say geometry, delete hidden, where you guys have gone through your week, you know, you've done so much already, and then you're going to go through and sit through somebody else's somebody else doing some work. You know, that's a lot. It's something else, you know. So it's always neat for you guys to be here. Let's go through and take this. Go ahead and mask that out. Bring up the rest of it. And we gotta twist it off into the right direction. Bloop. That feels better. And I think what I want to do is maybe have it terminate right there. It's my first stream. YouTube suggested it, so glad I clicked it. Working on my own sculpt set. That's awesome. Well, welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matty. It's nice. It's always nice when people are here and they're new and they're, whatever, and it's, I don't know. I just always appreciate having people here. It's like I don't feel like I'm the most popular, but I have good people show up, and that's what matters to me, I have good conversations. I get good questions. It's cool. I dig it. I just like getting on and sculpting. So I think that's how I'm going to want to terminate that. Let's see about kind of pulling this up and around or something like that. By the way, I am thinking about doing some sort of classes or boot camps or things like that. Workshops. Probably not until the coming year. I've got to plan things out some more. But it's something that my wife has encouraged me to do, and so we'll see about kind of what we do and how we do it. But yeah, I get a lot of requests for live instruction. And I do live instruction at Noman. That's one of my part-time jobs. My full-time job, for anybody who's unsure, who's new to my stream, is I work at Marvel as a character modeler. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. That's what it's totally my dream job. It's the best job I've ever had. It's so good. Totally random question. I'm trying to add a background that is flat. However, ZBrush makes it a sphere. How can I add a flat image behind my object for export purposes? How can I add a flat image? Let me maybe help me. Thanks, Shane. Help me understand your question, Joe, or Joe Gripto, Jaw Gripto. Add a background that is flat. However, ZBrush makes it a sphere. So one thing that you could do. Let me see if I can. Let me make sure this works. With your document, you have things like your color that you can go ahead and add. You should be able to, I believe. I don't know what the picture is. Let me see. Yeah, so there's my desktop, my background now, my document as okay, let me see. Document, import. Okay, so now that I've got that as a background, let me see if I can say save as startup doc. Okay. There we go. Now it's a background. So yeah, you can do that with like any image, it looks like. You can use even PSD images. And now whenever I start up ZBrush, this is going to open up. the thing that I would probably do, there's another option of something that you can do. You can say maybe you hit BPR to render. Okay, it'll disappear, right? So that's fine. That's what I was expecting. I'm going to go into render. I'm going to go ahead. Let's dock it over to the side so we can see it, and then we'll say BPR filters. There we go. Let's open up. Let's just go ahead and grab this. We'll turn it on. Instead of filter noise, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say image, if I can find it. Maybe it's texture overlay actually. Blend mode, replace normal. I'm having trouble thinking right now. Modifiers. No, shoot. Where did the... There's a place for you to be able to go ahead and input it. To input the texture, and I can't think... There it is, texture. So now here you can go ahead and you can kind of select whatever image you have imported. Currently I don't have anything, so I'm going to go over to texture and say import. We'll go ahead and we'll select the same one that we've been using. Okay, so now underneath texture we can select that image. And you can see, I mean, right now it's scaled really low. So let me see, where is the... Oh, and the other thing too is that there's the mask. Where's the mask? There we go. So if we go to like -1, that'll make it so that we can have our image in the background. Now the thing I need to do is change the number of times that it is. Oh, that's interesting. So yeah, I changed the texture overlay to 0. Opacity, I don't know why it's so faded. That's something that's kind of interesting to me. But yeah, I mean that's something that you can do. It looks like it's not going to be quite as bright as what I wanted. But yeah, the thing that you do with this is, you know, just making sure that you turn the mask to -1. If you're doing it with the document, then, you know, like I was showing you, see that's so much darker, that's so much better. It's just a matter of hitting save as startup doc and making sure that your character, that your image, whatever you're sculpting, is not inside of that startup document. It's kind of a, I don't know, it's kind of a weird thing. I'm not sure that I would personally do. Oh shoot. Get rid of the character, document, save as startup document. Okay. That's better. That is better. Okay. The other thing that you could do is that if you wanted to, you could export something to Photoshop, and then you can use, like, you know, for instance, the let's turn that off. I don't need that anymore. Interesting. You could export the thing through Photoshop. You know, you could use the ZBrush to Photoshop, or you know, and I would always turn on the mask option, because what that's going to do is it's going to make a mask of your foreground versus your background, your document space, and then you can go ahead and use that as like a clipping layer mask inside of Photoshop. I'd show you this right now, but the problem is that in doing this, it really Photoshop fights the streaming software, and so it's really kind of a frustration. But whatever. I mean, it is what it is. Export the object and add through Photoshop. Yeah, I think so. Oh, you got it? What did you do? Was it through the Photoshop plugin, or was it did you go through and actually add in the background? I'm gonna say bridge edges, boom, 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 boom. Insert single edge loop, and then we can go ahead and say stitch to endpoint, boom, 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 and boom. Okay. So now we've got this little guy here. I'm gonna say control, pull it out, and then I just want to shrink it in. I kind of want to smooth it out just a little bit too, just so that it makes the end feel a little bit rounded. And that's the whole idea of that. Let's make sure that that's all the same poly group. And then just trying to clean up this edge right here. It looks good. Highly acceptable. Okay. Or at least somewhat acceptable. I don't know. Okay. And you know what? Making that a slightly darker color could be cool. So maybe that's what I'll do. Let's grab the eyebrow color. We'll turn our RGB intensity down to something pretty low, and we'll say color fill object. Do that a couple times until it feels like it's about the tone that I want. Color fill object. Oh. This way I have like a little bit of color separation. I like having some color separation. Add it through the document. Nice. So you went through and like open. Oh, I was expecting it to be something different. But yeah, I mean, technically you could go through and you could hit save as, and you could have that saved as your document and things like that. And yeah, it works. Stuff works. You see, what do I have here? Okay, it's the pants. My goodness. Oh, come on. Get that dynamic. There we go. It's like the dynamic is always like way too small. Just kind of cozy that out a little bit there. Yeah. It's starting to feel so much cooler. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start to develop thicknesses for things. So like, so what I want to do is I'm going to take my dynamic, I'm going to turn that on. I'm going to turn off the smooth subdivisions, and I'm going to turn up my thickness until it gets to a point where it feels like a pelt, you know? So let's say thickness up to, yeah, somewhere around 0.1 looks good. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I'm just going to fix some of these some of these turns here so that they feel like they are working together. And that's kind of one of the interesting and tricky things about working with multi-layered character costuming, is that you run into these issues of making the layers of the fabric work together. So yeah, let's go ahead and do the same thing here. But this one I want to be quite a bit thicker. Again, we're going to take down the smooth subdivisions. Once we put it up to 1, we could put on crease too. So let's go ahead and say crease PG, because that'll crease the open edges. We don't have any polygroups there, so it'll just do the open edges for us. And that'll work well for me. Hey, attentive slug, how you doing? So now that I've got this, I'm going to go ahead and add in some thickness. And I think I'm going to want it to be like 0.2. Let's change our offset so that it's a little bit more in the positive direction. And that'll help it to feel like it's not penetrating through the clothing at all. It's really, really sharp right now. But once we go ahead and commit the thickness, we can go ahead and we can kind of smooth things out a little bit. Okay, let's go down here. Let's see, segments 1. Let's change it up to 2. So that way we already start off with a subdivision level. You know what? Let's not start off with a segment. Let's keep it down like this. We'll say apply. Okay, so now this is our base level model. What I can do now, I'm going to take, well, you know what? These edges are creased. So since we have that, we're going to go down to crease. I'm just going to play with bevel. Oh, let's turn off that thickness now that we have thickness. And we'll turn up the smooth. So now the thing that we can play around with here is the ability to, it drives me nuts. It's one of those things that I don't appreciate about having I don't know, kind of a tricky thing to play with, because it does have the subdivisions there. It's just, I don't know, they're hiding. All right. One of the things that I want to do, in fact, let me go through and I want to grab the inside and the outside. And I want to say, oh, not local symmetry. Kind of pull that in so that it's, in the end, what I'm going to want to do is make sure that this thing feels like it's cinched up against his body. Okay. And that feels so much nicer. That feels like it's helping to hold the lower, I don't know what this hanging bit's going to be called. I'm going to call it the skirt. Have that kind of tethered. Ooh, we could add like a flap in the front, and that'd be really cool. A flap with like some fur on it or something. Go ahead and turn this around 180 degrees. Oh, look at that. Now he's got a dress. Let's go ahead, let's grab these two, delete hidden, I have got to grab this, kind of straighten up that top a bit there. So hopefully you noticed that it already has thickness to it. I didn't have to worry about adding any kind of thickness to it. That, my friends, is part of the magic of dynamic subdivisions and dynamic thickness, you know? Super nice. Yeah, let's do this. We'll go ahead, we'll widen it out. Let's go ahead and add in an edge loop on each side. And this will help us just to be able to have more resolution for what we need. I really like how that looks. That's pretty cool. I'm trying to decide though if I want to have it so that it's a little bit shorter. Oops, let's go ahead and take it and let's kind of... It's like I don't want it competing with the edge of the boots. Let's go ahead and raise it up so that's about right there or so. Let's kind of play with this just a little bit. Here we go. I'm going to need to play with the design of the pants so that they feel a little bit more controlled and intentional. Right now it feels a little bit too formless, I'll say. Well, formless in a sense, I guess. Let's go ahead and kind of pull this out. Let's go ahead and do something kind of like this. Yeah, we'll invert it down here so that it's something kind of opposite. Let's do like a relaxed smooth, kind of puff it out some so that it's not losing its form, because I do kind of like the roundedness right here. That's significantly better. Now here at the side, I'm going to want to get some sort of like apex in here. So let's kind of play with that. That's better. Cool. That goes through, that fills out his character so much better. It's already looking so much nicer. I think one of the things that I want to play with This is another brush that I have. I don't have it available yet, I don't think. Oh, come on. Órale. Let's see, where is the, you know what, I'll put it here, and then I'll just kind of split it out. Subtool, split unmasked. Close this out. Oh, wait. No, that's not what I wanted. What did I do? What did I do? This is the piece I wanted. Ciao, ciao. Okay, so here is this fur right here. I'll use the lighter colored fur color for this. I'll go MRGB, color, fill object. Oh shoot, the mic is always off. That's funny. That's funny. I do that entirely too often. But yeah, I mean, all I was saying the whole time was just like, we're just going to duplicate this down and make sure we have variety and this, that, and the other. Not really anything like super revelatory. Um, I think some of these pieces feel a little bit too generated. So it's one of those things I'm trying to go through and create a sense of like change in flow and gravity. There's a lot to think about when you're dealing with things that are fluid and flexible, like hair or cloth, um, fur, etc. Right? So yeah, this currently feels too wiry. So I think what I'm going to do, let's come over here to geometry. And I don't think I need to inflate much, but I want to try to like inflate once or oh, about 20. Well, let's say 19 is good enough, I guess. That looks much better. That looks much better. Um, so this will work a whole lot better. You've been talking this whole time. You've been talking this whole time. No one heard you. Yeah. Okay, so something that I might do. Let's duplicate this and bring it down. Rotate it to a 90-degree. I'm going to shrink it. Maybe I can get away with shrinking it one direction, but I think shrinking it every direction, I think that might be too much. All this stuff is, these are things that I'm trying to kind of design on the fly, um, which is a super helpful skill to have, but it's also something that can be kind of dangerous. You gotta be able to think through things, and you gotta be able to rely on some of your past knowledge. But that's also one of the benefits of ZBrush is that you can go through and you can design on the fly, and you can go through and play with forms and play with different things. And if you don't like it, you just delete it or undo it or whatever. I mean, you've got like an unbearable amount of undos in ZBrush, so might as well take advantage of it, right? I'm trying to decide. I think I like both. I think both are working for me, which is good. I'm trying to think about like this set of fur versus this set of fur. I don't want it to be too noisy, and I think it might be getting too noisy. So here's what I'm going to do. Let's go ahead and at least finish making this so that it wraps. Let's use that, kind of put that into place. Just so that in the very least we have that as a sample. You know what? I'm going to try something. Let's try inflating this a little bit more. Say polish by features. You know what? That didn't work too bad. Let's do another time or two. Polish by features. You know what? I like that. I like that. Dang it. When it's like I'm about to switch gears. Because I think the thing is that it felt too wiry. And this feels too wiry up top. So I think what I'm going to do, let's go ahead and grab this. Fur trim. Control-Shift-D. And we'll just go ahead and rotate this into place again so that this is furry up top. Get some chest fur into place. Let's kind of rotate it. Make sure that it's not sticking out too far. Just wanted to try to make sure that I have everything kind of connecting in a way that makes sense, or at least feels more solid. Yeah, that's looking all right. Let's see if we can run that polish by features again. Yeah. That looks better. Here, let's grab some of these. Kind of break silhouette some. Try to get just this little piece down here to kind of break that silhouette some, because otherwise it felt like it was like it's too hidden. It was too, okay, that's better. Cool. Remember to turn my microphone on that time. You're welcome. Wrap that around him. this around. It's a little bit too long. Oh, shoot. Cool. I'm going to duplicate this, but I don't want the whole thing. I only want up to here. Something like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's try this. We're going to say delete hidden, deformation, we'll mirror it over to the other side. It's just less that I have to assemble, right? That allows me to get a little bit of a variety compared to what it is that we've had up to this point. Because it takes what it just varies up the way that it's matching up here in the front and the back and everything, and the sides are going to be slightly different, you know, so getting like the curves to be a little bit different is the idea here. And let's go ahead and grab this little section here. Let's go ahead and turn on our gizmo. Control duplicate that. Et voila. And now we just gotta use our move brush and kind of make sure this is fit in the right space. There we go. So there's one. Now all we need to do is take it, control duplicate it, make sure this is centered, and we're just going to flip it around 180 degrees, bring it down to the bottom. In fact, I might even flip it 180 degrees around the other way too. Oh, it went too far. There we go. Oh, too less. Oh. There we go. Okay. Yeah, maybe we won't. We'll just take it and we'll just angle it. I was like, maybe it'll work. It didn't work. These are the kinds of pieces that if I were to take these pieces over into Maya, well, first off, that's 50,000 polygons just for this, for right here on this part of the character. That's a lot of polygons. But it looks nice, you know. That's the idea. I think that something that would be good to do from this point is to go through and eliminate like half of these. And then from there, be able to take that and inflate and polish my features or whatever I feel like I need to do to be able to get that to work properly. And then call that good. I'm going to go ahead and kind of extend this out just a smidge because I feel like it's a little bit short. Oh, that's so much. That is so much. I am going to grab, I'm going to say Control Shift D. Say Control Shift A. Geometry, delete hidden. I've been meaning actually to get back into watching the Avatar series. I've been reading the Chronicles of the Avatar, uh, Rise of Kyoshi, and the other. Well, right now I'm on the Shadow of Kyoshi, and it's been fun. It's a great book, really adventurous, playful. It's been a good read. I really recommend it. Yeah, let's make sure some of these feel like they're breaking the silhouette. Because right now it's feeling too rounded. The silhouettes are too rounded, and it's feeling very not interesting. So I got to go through and kind of break up that silhouette by yeah, doing something kind of like that. Now I'm not entirely 100% sure that I will keep all this fur. I do like the idea of it as more of like a traditional outfit for a waterbender. Since Saman was, oh shoot, everybody's seen Legend of Korra by now, right? I mean, it's been several years. I'd say after a decade, you're entitled to speaking freely. Um, the yeah, so Amon is a disgruntled waterbender who doesn't want everybody else to be a bender, so he uses water bending to block everybody else's bending abilities. Um, and he strikes terror in the hearts of everyone. Um, so having that sort of um, structure to his costume would be really cool. But at the same time, I'm going through and I'm thinking about how as Amon, not as his waterbender native self, um, but as Amon, he has kind of like this suit that's not nation specific. He doesn't dress in a way that makes you feel like he's Fire Nation or Earth Nation or Earth Kingdom, or like he's a water nomad, a water tribesman, or an air nomad or anything like that. He has this look to him that's more nondescript. So I'm curious. I'm curious if something like that wouldn't also be appropriate for this guy, making him feel like he's not part of any of the nations, but just, you know. Let's do something. I'm just trying to get rid of pieces so I can make a top for the boot. Hopefully. Go ahead and kind of pull this over, although this is like directly, oh, that's a pain. Let's bring this and make this so that this doesn't match up. Because it shouldn't feel reflected, it shouldn't feel the same. Shoot. Yeah, just make it overlap. That's gonna be the big trade secret for the day. Just cover it up. And granted, I have no idea how well this is going to match up with the boot. I think it's going to be pretty close. Oops. Let's go ahead and center that. Bring it up, bring it over. Let's grab this. We'll say hide the boots with the fur. Oh, there we go. That's why we got like the boots that are open here. Sorry, I just bumped my microphone. It feels like too round and too consistent and too safe. We'll definitely have to play around with that because that's not going to work. I mean, it'll work for now as like a stand-in, but it's definitely not going to work for our final design. Let's get rid of the little lemon. Let's kind of pull some of this away so that it feels like it's breaking silhouette some. Yeah, it's definitely like too clumped. The process of, I guess, like inflating it and then polishing it, I think that's what got this to be not quite right. So I think what it's going to need is I'm going to have to build some small clusters that are very, intentionally laid. It's like right now everything here is like too even. It doesn't feel like fur. It feels just messy, like too matted. It's like I do have other like smaller clumps. So that's feeling a little bit better, but it still feels kind of not quite right. So it's something that I'll have to go through and redo at some point. The same thing with these up here. It's just they're just too it's too much noise. It's too much noise. Well, and then again, maybe it's not. Maybe it's a matter of getting the coyote pelt headdress in here and being able to get that to look right. There we go. Something like this, give it like a little bit more poof. I think that could help. But like I also kind of want to try to yeah, this is going to have to be redone, but this is at least kind of a proof of concept sort of idea thing, you know. It's maybe my voice is so off today. Okay. Yeah, because like I feel like the clusters are just, it's just too thick and too noisy. Man, that's like one of the tricky things about doing this type of thing is, you know, there's a lot of experimentation to it, and that's totally fine. But you know, you're likely to walk away with a couple of failures on your belt, and that's okay. You know, I'm going to go ahead and say, Control Shift A, so we can bring all that back. We'll say delete hidden. Bring this down. Kind of make it meet in the middle a little bit here. Get one that goes one direction. And then Control copy it over to the other side. I'll just kind of push and shove it into a good position so that it doesn't look quite as mirrored. Same thing for this. Let's go ahead and let's duplicate this over actually, because if I mirror and weld, then I'm going to run into issues here in the center. So let's go ahead and say mirror. So yeah, there's all that fur. Kind of pull this down and over or something like that. I don't know. Lots of things to kind of play with. We've got to save. Pin to quick access. That's what I wanted. I can unpin that. I can unpin that. Trying to think of other things that I have here that I can unpin that I've got several. We'll leave everything else though. Let's go ahead. Let's level up. Let's call this 04. And that way we can go back to 3 and be able to see our changes. I don't think I've saved this entire time, which is not good. There is no failure, only new chance for learning. I imagine Mr. Miyagi saying that. Yeah, so you can see like the fur from the end of this this front is a little bit too close. I think what I'm going to do, let's make a folder. For the fur. Say fur group. Okay, and there's that funky hair that we have. We'll go up, we'll select the eyebrows, because why not? Let's get rid of the fur group for now. And I'll think of something else next time, maybe. Next time I work on them. Let's save that just so we don't lose it. And yeah, I see what it looks like with the hood and everything, and see kind of how that all works together or doesn't. We shall know soon enough. Let's go ahead, hood and mask. And you can see we've got to change the mask. The mask positioning is off now because of because we changed where the eyes and everything line up, and so we got to go ahead and we got to change that now. Gonna get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of this. Go ahead and pull this up. And I've got to make sure that it's lining up with those eyes nicely. Okay. This coyote pelt is very temporary, but it's there. It's stand-in. I do want to go ahead and make like a nice what's it called? Like nice topology for the coyote pelt, so that it actually feels so that it actually feels intentional, so that it feels usable, or like not usable. What's the wordage I'm trying to look for? So that it feels so it's easier to use, so it's easier to pose, easier to control. I think I'm going to call this done for now. There's obviously a ton left to do, and we'll get to it. But I do want him to have like these super cool gloves too, and that'll be fun to kind of play with. Cool. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna call it. I'm just gonna call it right here for right now. If yeah, I'm gonna turn off the hood group though. Yeah, I don't know. Thanks for coming and hanging out with me today, guys. It's always nice having some good people to talk to, and be able to shoot the breeze with you guys. Hopefully you guys had some fun. Hopefully it was helpful. Hopefully all the good things. Don't go. I'm glad you're having that much fun. I've got a Saturday. But yeah. It should be cool. It should be a fun one to explore this month, and I'm hoping that I can get pretty close to finished, and we've already spent 4 hours on it today. So that's some good amount of time. If you guys are at Lightbox Expo, be sure to swing by and say hello. I'm at booth 205. And remember, this is I will be having this design challenge going on this month. I'll be putting a post up about it this weekend to show kind of the details, including the prizes from the sponsor, 3D Connection, which would be really cool. The Space Mouse and the 3D CAD Mouse Pro, both of which are wireless, by the way, which works really, really well. Yeah. It's exciting. It's exciting, and I can't wait to see what you guys pull out. If you are interested in joining the Discord, like Chris is always putting up these cool boost this server. I don't need to boost the server. If you guys feel like you would like to join, this link should work for you for always and ever. I'm going to copy that link and paste it into the chat. So in case you're interested in joining, feel free to jump over and say hello. Yeah. Whoa. Ashley, you tune in right as I'm saying goodbye? Yeah, you missed the whole thing. I've been here for like 4 hours. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, you don't. But yeah, if you guys are interested in doing kind of a masked challenge, again, sponsored prizes from 3D Connection, so that's pretty exciting. Gosh, gosh, if you guys have questions, feel free to reach out to me during the week, and I'll see you guys next Saturday. See ya next time I see ya. Peace out.